All right, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully, you're having a good day. Welcome to another stream where we try not to get too upset at a deck building game. Hopefully, you guys are having a good day. Happy Thursday. One day away from payday for most people, so also one day away from the weekend, which is always exciting. But hopefully, you're having a good day. And just hoping for good things. Lots of fallout still happening in the VTuber community as I don't want to say as per usual, but it is kind of high school part 2, unfortunately. I don't really like that aspect of the community. It's very annoying. It's very annoying because we are all adults now, and we should just handle things like adults. Oh, what's up, man? Good afternoon. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully work's treating you well. I have to sneeze. Great. Now that sneeze is just gonna randomly happen. Fuck. Ah, man. Shit. Okay. Well, that being said, I'm just gonna go ahead and launch the game, and we'll just kind of go ahead and get into it. I still don't know what causes that. It's so weird. So far, yes, not too crazy. So far today, hopefully your day is going well. It is. It is. So far. So far, it is going well. So far, it is going well. Yeah, I didn't realize how big my tail actually was. Like, when you look at it on the VTube Studio screen, it doesn't look that big. But, like, when you kind of cut it off, it's, like, really large. Like, really large. Huh. Crazy. Well, I mean, we'll see how things go. Today, did I play any Bazaar today? I did not. I've not played any yet, so defeat 10 monsters, 5 bronze skills, 4,000 damage. That doesn't seem too bad. What's the item card back? Oh, I already have this one, so I feel like going back to this real quick, I feel like this wastes everyone's time. Like, if you already purchased it, it should just be taken out of the pool. That way they can like give you an item that you might want, because these are only available for a limited time, right? So, like, why would you push an item to me that I already have? Just take it out of the pool. This is, like, really dumb. This is, like, 24 hours of, like, a purchase I could have made, but instead I'm just being forced to wait an extra 24 hours. And it's even worse because there's a chance that when it rotates again in 24 hours, I may get this again. So you're just wasting people's time. Hopefully they change that for the upcoming season 2, because this is actually extremely stupid. Not that I want a ton of cosmetics in the store. It's just, in the scenario that I wanted to make a purchase that severely impacts my my free will to do so. I guess that's the right. I guess that's the terminology I'm looking for. So I have my free one. I guess I'll do pig. I know last time we kind of went through everybody but pig, so figured why not. The worst I can do is just eat shit, right? Guess we'll start with enchanted item. Radiant matchbox is kind of bad. The rest of these are really bad, so I guess we'll go with the matchbox. Radiant is such a bad what's it called? It's such a bad enchant now. It's extremely pointless. I don't know why anyone would willingly put Radiant on something unless you're going solo weapon. If you're not going solo weapon, then you're just kind of wasting time. Because Radiant no longer eats crowd control effects. It just makes it so that it can't be hit by them at all. So it pushes it onto your other items. Which is really bad, because if you need your other items to do stuff, and you have a lot of items, you effectively brick your own build by having a Radiant item. So, yeah, it really sucks. Don't like it. Really stupid idea. I think I'll just go with the Viper. Pretty sure I could beat the Viper. Kind of really sad. Not, I don't know. I mean, I can't really be like, well, there wasn't a whole lot of thought put into this. I'm sure there was, but it probably wasn't. They probably didn't intend it to be as bad as it was, right? Like, giving them the benefit of the doubt, someone was probably like, well, instead of having it affect the item, we can just make it so that nothing happens. Yeah, and I mean, like, in a vacuum, that works in a certain environment, but you know, generally speaking, it's actually just kind of bad. It seems like the after effects weren't really considered all that much, unfortunately. I assume that this is weapons, and if it's weapons, I probably lose. It is weapons. 80, 80, 80. Yeah. Yeah, I won't do enough damage with my burn by the time the long shot goes off again. Auto lose. Too bad. It's just how it is. It's got gold skill too. Extra 40 damage on, looks like leftmost. Yep. Honestly, that doesn't even matter. I'm just not chunking out enough damage for it to make a difference.
Like 9 years.
More income, or do we want items? I guess I'll go items. Pickles actually isn't bad. Transform. See what medium we can get.
I want what's right for you.
Pitchfork isn't bad. We don't have a property though. We could consider silks, maybe. Silk might be good. Especially since we'll be getting a lot out of the pickles. Alright. Trapper. Nah, I think we go with the crab. I think in the case if we do heavily invest in the silks, we do want the Crusher Claw. So and who knows, maybe we'll pivot into something else. We kind of need scaling. Right now we're kind of in a rough spot for that. Just a bit too slow.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win.
Probably not going to... probably not going to win our next PvP fight. If that's the case, it's 4 to reroll. Ugh, it's kind of much. Let's see if we can get a fight, maybe. We can. Okay.
I've studied for this. I can win.
Maybe we can find a spiked shield along the way. Maybe incorporate like a fixer-upper or something. 8 seconds. Yeah, 8 seconds is a long time to wait on a shield building, but...
I flunked again.
A lot of the Bazaar is extremely fast these days, so...
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Selling other skins. Okay, so it's not value. That's not bad. Shield item to the left gains 4. Fang doesn't really do much. So I'll do something like that, I guess. Actually, no, I'll do something like that instead. Alright.
See these tusks.
Again, if this is weapons, we're still pretty weak. Ouch. That is a problem. Because they've got scaling that's better than my shield scaling. Yeah. Damn. God, I don't even know.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meals.
That's good.
Smart one for your size. You want to buy?
It's nice.
I mean, excellent choice.
Separate those out. Hard to say, but I'll go ahead and keep it anyway. We need to find an upgrade for the silks soon.
I'm here to defeat you.
Need to get some better scaling on there.
Please, don't tell Master about this.
It's not bad. Medium or economy?
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you
Could
to-
potentially start building that. Do want to keep that.
Longibali, everyone has.
What? Seriously? What the hell? Okay.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
That was weird. Okay. 6. Don't have any properties right now.
Make deals, not war.
Would be nice.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
Are you
Oh boy.
noticed I'm huge?
This is not going well.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
That poison is gonna stack up. And the healing. I'm kind of worried about that. Plus they have a cheat death. Looks like I'll be alright, but...
Time, boys.
Okay,
Less blunder.
just barely.
More plunder.
Ointment is doing good work. Doing good work. Medium, large gumballs. I'm going to do gumballs actually. Okay, that's pretty nice. Work at the docks. Ooh. It's a really good one, actually. Oh. Okay, that's fine, I think. This is a really weird build, I don't know.
Prepare to be boarded, sea scout.
Probably should have put these two together. Fine, whatever.
The tyrant king will not be pleased.
Yeah, let's get a freebie. Robe.
If the elder could see me now.
Sure.
Lighter. I think you had a breakthrough.
Wasn't too sure about that, but okay. Depending on what kind of pig this is, I could be in a lot of trouble. Wow, that's a full build. Ooh, he's got a better QS than I do. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Barely made it. Oinkman doing a lot of work. It's really the only item that counteracts poison. It's nice that it does both, but still pretty crazy.
A bad craftsman blames his tools, but a good one buys mine. It's always that tool you thought you'd never need that ends up saving your butt.
Free. Let's see if we can get anything. That's expensive.
Energy's resonating. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
I think realistically everything else will just eat us alive. I mean, this one will too, but we should actually be somewhat sustainable. Here we go. Yep. The only problem again is that I need something that's gonna build shield quicker.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Ooh, that's
Just
actually a
toss
good
that on my back,
property.
and I'll trot it to your door.
Okay. 8. Fine.
Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
Ah, the joy of more. Bring it in.
Bronze, huh? Hmm. See if there's anything else that we can buy.
By haggling. Ugh.
Actually, what's this? 5 items.
Tell everyone you got it here.
Alright. Pig.
My people. Boring. I should warn you.
Fixer upper.
Other trouble.
Balcony. I see. Okay. This is not going to be fun. I might have the upper hand here.
Well, I'll admit, that was impressive.
Not bad. That's kind of what I want, but yeah. Okay, so 5. Gold. I don't think I can afford any gold items, to be honest. Just go with shield.
Discounts for peace.
Ooh. Need 2 more.
Use that for the good of all.
It's a property. One more. There's nothing really I can sell either. That sucks. Damn. Enclave is poison, so it's probably my best bet. Since poison won't actually eat into my shield.
Now that's giving up the business. Now that's quality.
Okay. Chocolate bars. Hmm. this one. If we do that. Okay, need to sell 3 more. Okay.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
It is Vanessa, so I am scared. Depth charge. Ugh. Okay. It's a lot of burst that's gonna hit me at once. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, that is a problem.
Well, howdy, hero.
Oops. Okay, before then, do that. That.
Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Hat's been sitting there 20
Anything
years,
to cost
waiting
is
for you.
it's worth it, I think.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Hat's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Okay.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
4. Okay. Chocolate, huh? Yeah, why not? Guess we'll go with poison again. Silks is actually coming along pretty good. Plus we have the backup QS. Still don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm gonna assume no.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for. If you're not growing, you're failing.
Yeah.
Forge say I hide behind my shields. But victory is victory.
Large item. Toughness. Defensive stance. I'm gonna get this because I probably will eventually get a large item.
Or are they hitting themselves with you?
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this. feel our energies resonating.
Go for a fight, I guess. We are pretty poor. Probably should. Another Vanessa.
You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh, that's disgusting. I don't know about that. Well, somehow. It's kind of a weird build. Huh. Okay. I can kind of see where they were going with that, but also pretty confused, so...
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Okay,
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
yeah, I don't think so.
Come to steal my potions, filthy beast. You got me, stem and all.
Find something to replace these three. They're not really doing anything anymore. Just kind of meandering
It's
around.
all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Phew. Sure. Even though that doesn't really do anything. Okay, 5 left. Dooley.
Too big for you to steal.
yikes. That's not good. Of course it hits because of the weird timing. Okay. Fair enough. Oops, wrong one. Actually, here we go. Small and large.
Come on, then. Let's get this over with. I've got 4 legs because I carry this company. Profit is profit, according to the GSM manual.
Bird. If I get shielded, I'll probably definitely put that on the silks.
I've come too far to let you stop me. If the Elder could see
Healing.
me now.
Ugh.
What's your
Well, in that
motto?
case, let's
Mine is
enchant
sadness.
this. Deadly. Interesting.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns. On behalf of the Grand Society of Mister. Anyway, thanks. Oh no,
Okay.
it's so tiny.
You see landfill, I see buried treasure. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Unfortunately, pretty poor. Okay, 3, so it needs 7. 10%.
Boring!
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Ooh, that's gross. Pretty sure I lose this one.
Land legs make you predictable.
Yeah.
You move in straight lines.
Yep, can't do anything about that. Haste. Nope.
Have you ever considered becoming triangular?
Toxic.
I've come too far to fail now.
That's kind of a weird one, but okay. do these one by one. Because we have just not enough space for a 5. Eight.
I came here to trade. No compromise. I may reconsider. I will remember you and return.
If we get a fort, it might be worth it.
Bring it
Pig.
Ah, that tough for you. No shield for you. You ever fought the Thornless? Without a good shield, their ass it'll...
Just close your eyes and grab something. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Five.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Oof.
See that mountain? That's Paul.
Guess not.
You might have what you need.
Oh boy.
I should warn you.
Vanessa.
Like other jobs.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Pufferfish. Ugh, God. Yeah, this one is probably a loss here, especially with the freeze. That's a long freeze on there. Yeah,
Fall like a bull.
won't even go off. And that's typically how Pig goes. You do all this micromanaging just to get shit on the whole game. Well, at least we didn't walk away empty-handed, but man, does that suck. Which is funny because whenever I play Pig off stream, it just tends to work out, and I'm sure it's coincidence, but play Pig on stream and I just get destroyed.
For centuries I have searched. I've watched cities rise.
Ugh, so annoying. go with fiery thermal.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly Tell everyone you got it here.
This is worrying. Looks like we'll be okay. It's close.
Another specimen for my collection. Come on in. Let's chat. Do you have to leave already? Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye. Now this is health food. Literally. I have faced 82 foes exactly like
Yeah, we're starting this out pretty weak.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend.
The fact that we didn't get a calcinator or anything. Oh, wow. Well, yeah. That's GG's. Bro, that is crazy. He got a beach ball, and on top of that, he got the chest event. And from the chest event, he got a fucking pufferfish. That guy is not losing until like day 5. Maybe even not then. Unbelievable.
people first, profit 10th. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Okay.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. Another step forward on my path.
Some are too proud to be trained by a child. You might examine that. You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Since we are poor, go for a fight. Looks like we are going to get one.
My life for the Storm Queens.
Yeah, when you get a start that big, there's basically no chance that you lose. Like, the only situation I see them losing in is if someone bursts them down faster than they can apply poison. Which obviously can happen, but, I mean, that start is so strong. It's like, the chances of them losing are slim to none, if that. So, should be okay for the scrapper.
strange creatures prowl these streets.
All right.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
It's perfect, actually. Wow, it's actually pretty good. That's also pretty good. Okay. Alright, things are coming up Millhouse a little bit. Little bit. Looks like weapons to me. Long John. Captain's Wheel plus star chart. 29% chance to crit. If he crits, I basically die, but it looks like we'll kill him before then, just because he's a bit slow. Yeah. Alright, good. Got a win on the board. That's important. Early wins, super important.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. I get it.
Okay, that's good.
Enjoy your business. Do you have to leave already?
I like the quiz. Mostly burn, so I'm just doing that for the region.
I love this company. I love the company's owner.
I was hoping we could get like the book. Of course that would happen. We're probably okay here. It would be nice to get the level. We need to get as far ahead as we can. Plus, if we get the gunner here, it would be good. Because with this build, if it works out to be the build that I want it to be, with no pivots, no major pivots anyway, I eventually want to get a strength potion. So, this would be nice for the future. Even gunpowder. Yeah.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Cast aside your deathstruments! I can feel our energies resonating.
Okay.
You are enough.
No book.
I'm glad you bought this.
Pretty unfortunate.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nightshade might be worth it, but we don't have enough, unfortunately. Sorry. Yeah,
Someone
I guess
else
we'll just
finds
do
it.
that.
It all works out.
Pig.
I will leave
One
you
win.
alive to learn the lesson.
Alright.
You sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Ooh, that's a decent amount of shield, actually. Looks like we'll be okay.
Next time I'll show
Damn.
you what I learned from this.
May have a slight emergency soon. Well, not necessarily emergency, but I may have to leave for a second or so.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about my.
That's a good
If it's not
upgrade.
right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
I guess. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I do need to take care of something real quick. I have to go pick someone up, so I should be back probably within 20 minutes or so. Let me just go ahead and do this real quick. Alright, I do apologize about that, y'all. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry about that. BRB.
Take your time, but let me know if I can help.
back. Sorry about that, y'all. Crisis averted, it looks like. So we'll just go ahead and get back to the stream.
Want to talk about it?
Sorry, just checking some notifications on my phone here. Ooh. Thanks. Okay. I don't even remember what I was doing. I think I had just gotten that. Upgrade a bronze, sure.
A thing of true beauty.
I have a lot of catalysts. We need to... we really need to get rid of those. I don't know if we beat the Flame Juggler. I think the Flame Juggler actually beats us. I'm gonna give it a try, but I think my health is a bit low. I know when we eventually ramp will be okay, but yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Especially with the upgrade to lighter. Damn. Kind of a wasted opportunity there. Shit. Okay.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
We don't really have anything for that. No other reagent. Maybe? Okay.
Closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
That's a good one.
When you're ready, I'm here for you.
We are back online. Wow. That is an absolute monster pull.
Out to dethrone a king.
Out of nowhere.
Squabble with nobody.
They have bloodhounds. Okay. Well, now we gotta look for that strength potion.
You've got talent.
Nice.
You should put it toward nobler use.
Oh my god, I have so many of those. Alright. A book would be nice.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Seagate is lovely this time of year, don't you think?
Okay.
That looks fabulous on you.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. Mod Squad should be good. heal and regen. Why not?
Man. Let's fix you up.
There it is.
Might leave a scar, but nothing a tattoo won't cover.
Gold too. That's really nice.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover
Perfect.
them all.
Reagent's good. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. It's just enough space. Kind of poor for mediums, so we'll just get income there.
In 100 years when you are dust,
Yeah, we need to start looking for strength potion, pendulum, potentially hourglass. That is a lot of shield and healing. We should be okay, but still. Oh wow, he had gold healthy hoarder too. Damn. Insane. Medium and large.
Do you have any really small things?
Maybe we could get an upgrade for the claw.
Oh,
We cannot.
He's gonna yell at me.
Just stack XP, try to get as far ahead of the curve as possible. I mean, the only item we would have wanted would be Thurible, but
with more time comes greater perfection.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
nah, we don't need to upgrade any catalysts.
You might try
Nothing.
JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
weather where... Oh, you
Diamond Fire Claw before day 7. That's amazing.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside. I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Okay, he's kind of doing something similar.
All change begins in the heat of the...
Doesn't have as much burst though. Ooh, I forgot to empty space. Shit. Hopefully I lost the catalyst. Damn. I lost the chunk. That sucks.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns. Home.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to do
This is a gift
this.
at any price. It's smaller than Quixel. I'm almost sure that was a good trade. It's not really my size, but I guess I'll take it.
We'll just get some region.
Yeah, the hottest of the flavor.
It would be good to get Heat Lover here. That would be good. That would certainly jump our game up a bit.
Back into the bottle I go. For now.
My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
I am not a warrior. I am just a man who has lived a long time.
There we go.
Has power, but not all power has
more region.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable.
There's that strength potion we're looking for. 3 seconds. Yeah. Should be okay.
Large items, small items, grotesque, excess.
That's actually a significant power boost.
When we are finished,
Need to be really cognizant of upgrading that.
you are a child.
Getting that to diamond is imperative. That's an interesting build.
Just behind the veil, my family waits for me.
Okay.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
That's worth keeping. Problem is that we're running out of space.
I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. I think that suits you beautifully. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Neophiliac. Oof, just in time.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Okay.
Discounts for peace. Use that for the good of all. Your aura guided me to what you needed. I can feel our energy.
All right, that's good. Let's just temp boost health.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Ooh, also fire. Sunlight spear. Oh, this could get ugly. Yep, never mind. I always get worried, but then I remember that sunlight spear is actually super slow. So unless you have a way to stall my build, it doesn't really work. Invuln's nice. Consider that.
Of course the treasure's real. But don't touch it. Poverty is a choice. Don't choose it somewhere else.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
Just enough.
He actually cares about this.
Another step forward on my path.
Okay, so
Space is my canvas.
we want
Time is my paint.
burn or shield. That works too. That works too. Gives us an extra win condition. Kinda, sorta. %, 9%. Actually, I prefer that, yeah. In fact, I probably want to do that on that.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
Ooh, shielded flagship, 5.4 seconds. 72% chance to crit. Ouch. Yep. One of the few things that can actually destroy me.
More to learn.
Charge a weapon or burn. Charge regeneration. Let's go for that.
The universe for its secrets. In the Bazaar, the
If the charge goes on either of these, that would be good.
Make deals, not war. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
That is a catalyst generator. That's worth it's worth picking up. Wow. Okay. You're literally cooking now. Does Frost Street Champion beat me? I think right now he does. We're gonna give it a try anyway. Does have the yeah, he has the nitrogen hammer. Okay. Yeah, if I had something with shield, I would have been okay. Damn. That's 2 fights that I've miscalculated.
Greetings, old friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you.
Haste. Turbo strength potion. Alright.
If you knew my true purpose,
yeah, right now I should be level 13, but because I screwed up 2 fights. Freeze.
I have no pride for you to wound.
It's a cool build, just not good enough. Pretty awesome. I've always wanted to pull off a freeze build with Mac. I just never really knew how to go about it. Because it feels like it's powerful, and I'm sure it is, but it just doesn't seem like it's viable in comparison to everything else that he can do right now. Very niche.
Something big and ugly.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Ooh, that's nice. We should be fine here. Pendulum's huge. I don't know what we give up if we get it though. We're kind of doing pretty good as is. Okay. That's nice. I really don't think we can get anything from Dually. Dualtron, that's funny. Alright.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern.
Oh wow, he's got a lot of invuln. Oof. That was actually pretty close.
My sister's laughter.
Let's upgrade the strength potion. Get an extra ammo plus another second, or no, just an extra second on there, which is good. Actually, yeah. That's hilarious.
I've got everything you need to do anything you want. It's okay.
Nope, I guess not.
It's research.
That's a lot of burn.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover them all.
I did not seek this power for my own gain, you know. I seek it to share it.
Yeah, that's good. It's real good.
Something like that.
Let's see if we can find a skill vendor. Oh, that's good too.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
It's a lot of money we just burned through, but today is potentially the last day. And it's Vanessa. 7 wins.
I will remain.
Go ahead, underestimate me.
Weapons. Okay. Oh, that is powerful. Ooh, I think I'm actually dead.
Bravery without strength is a sword.
Damn. Okay, well played, well played.
There's more to your destiny than gold.
Ooh.
What's your
I really don't
Mine is
want
sadness.
that on anything. I swear to God, if this random's into that, I'm gonna be really upset.
My journey has been long. It won't
I'll
end
take
here.
shiny. Shiny's good. Let's go with the XP.
All things in moderation. Life and business. I suppose I will sell.
Okay.
Quicksilver is it selling?
Yeah, I think the one thing that really kills this build is that there's no start of combat haste. So anything that goes off before 6 or 7 seconds kind of has my number.
But I do have plenty. My mind glows. I see everything.
We'll just get... just up our health as much as we can. Ooh, we do have a chance at one more level. Okay. Our region actually isn't bad either.
Man or beast? Sometimes it's hard to tell. My power burns hotter, melting away impurities. With more
Should be
time
5
comes
seconds
greater
now.
perfection.
Yep. Okay, so no matter what, this is the last day. We're going up against a fellow Mac player. 7 wins.
I will leave you alive to learn the lesson.
Freeze. Poppy Field. That's actually kind of scary.
You are merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
It's a lot of burst.
Somewhere.
Alright, that's fine. Kind of sucks that we couldn't close the gap there at the end, but that's okay. Oh, I forgot to do a slot machine at the end of the last one, so we'll do 2 before we move on to the next hero. Okay. Man, I've seen... this is like the 4th or 5th dupe of you that I've seen. Alright. Fine.
I'm here to sink ships and drink grog.
Gold skill or enchant? Guess I'll go with gold skill. It's a good one.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? I used to
That is a great one.
home, but people thought it was weird.
Alright, Viper, let's go. Would really like to get Toxic Fang. If I could get Toxic Fang early, we'll be doing pretty good. Be pretty solid.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Regular Fang's fine.
You're huge! Do you have any huge items? I only sell
Crit.
things so I can buy things! Huge things!
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oh. Lucky, lucky.
Good food feeds body and soul.
The region at the start does kind of matter.
You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
It is a piranha.
That? I mean, excellent choice. Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Pretty sure we can beat the Scrapper with this.
See that plank? Walk it.
Damn. Doesn't count as a friend. Oh, we do have a friend though. Good, so we'll definitely be getting to level 3 before then.
Few warriors live to retire, but
It's a good one.
I prefer action. Go make some more stories.
Okay.
Come back and tell me. Ride that tide!
Maybe another weapon, hopefully. Oh, that's good. And even though we probably won't be able to utilize it all that well, let's just put that in there so that we can have a little bit more building crit.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Hopefully we luck into like an early like cannonade or something while getting quicker weapons. We out-critted the crit build. Which is always nice. It's good to do. I really want more EXP. Ooh, cool. We actually do get a fight.
I've brought shame to the Volcander Islands.
Skills. Yeah.
You have great potential. Let me train you.
5%. Yeah, a lot of enemies are gonna have health that's above mine. Okay, Uzi here would be huge. Laser pistol's fine. Even the gunner skill's good.
Hey, allow it! You probably ain't even got nothing.
Talisman.
Now this is how you win a war.
Upgrade. Non-weapons. Guess we'll go with region then.
All things in moderation. In life and business. You see that?
It's a maybe on something else.
I've got 4 legs because I carry this company.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
You do see these tusks, right?
Obsidian marbles. Shield. Interesting. So he's banking on gatekeeping me out with shield. It's possible. But not today.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. You're a smart one for your size. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Yeah, let's try to get ahead on experience. That's actually great. Pretty much any of the weapons that you could give us would be good. Skill's also not bad. Alright, look at that burst.
But
oof.
My mother said I'm the best.
Pistol sword would be crazy.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
This isn't our moment, but I'll be here when it is.
Southern your opponent. For each ammo you have on your items in play.
When you're ready,
Yeah, that one, I
I'll
guess.
send you to Orly, but I'll keep you as long as I can.
Okay, here we can get another pistol, which would be nice. Ammo stash isn't bad. Everything else is just kind of, it's okay.
Now I'll never captain a ship.
Cannonball, okay.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Obsidian Calico. I mean, what would I trade out? The chum, I guess?
Use it well. Make me proud. Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Starts out at 30 crit. Okay. So it should be at 100, almost 100 by the time it goes off.
Well, I guess motivation isn't...
That's not bad. It's not bad, but it's gonna fall off. I really do need like a cannonade or something. Non-weapons. Let's try to get a weapon. Nah,
Let's take the tyrant's
not really the thing that I want. Gunpowder, sure. I think here we actually go for the saber tooth because we can get either diamond fangs or shiny fang, which would be really good. Never lucky.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
Monster skills.
Animals have skills they've been honing for eons.
Right, there's a nice one.
Another pig.
Fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Ooh. Oh wow, he's got tents already. That's crazy. Well, he technically has cheat death, so whether or not I can bring him down in time. Okay, should have been the cheat death going off there.
Myself and I still lost?
Damn.
Hello, little sentient.
Can't really afford a reroll.
Says I need to close the deal. Ah.
Temporary boost is nice.
Full sail, my boy. Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Can we beat Lich? I don't think so. Yeah. I just don't think we have the damage. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but it feels like we can't, so. Forklift. Actually gonna keep that around to potentially transform and see if we can get a cannonade that way. Continue to build EXP. Alright. Wow. right. Wow. Okay, that's
We're out to
something.
dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies. Ride that tide!
I too was once young and impatient. I understand.
Three, four, five, six, seven.
All wisdom has power, but not all power has wisdom.
Now, if we can get obsidian on this thing, that would be crazy. Grenades.
You'll be back with bruises.
Of course the treasure's real. But don't touch it. Typical. All browse, no buy.
Oh my god, did that crit 3 times in a row at 20%? Wow. That's nuts.
Come on in. Let's chat.
I don't know, at this point I'm like speechless. I can't believe we got that lucky transform, like holy shit.
You're not cut out for business.
Yeah, we'll just go with a temporary boost here.
Now this is how you win a
Extra
war.
damage is always good. That's nice. Dooley.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Let me see. It's a lot of shields. But it didn't matter, because he got crit in the face. Seven wins secured. Pretty happy about that. Non-weapons. Guess we'll go with gumballs then. Basically anything that's not the shield gumball is good. Perfect.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Ever
What new food?
One day, Boulder, one day.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, can't really do that. We have literally no burn. That doesn't work either.
Want to sell that anyway?
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Slow. What does cannonade look like with slow? 1 item for 3. Ugh. It's kind of disgusting, to be honest.
So dull.
Let's see if we can get obsidian or shiny or something. Healing's not bad. Healing's not bad.
I'm a master alchemist's master.
With burst healing could matter. So.
I've been smashed.
Pretty sure we've gotten toxic succulents like 4 or 5 times in a row fighting that guy.
We're out to dethrone the
Okay,
king,
another
not to
Vanessa,
squabble
6
with
wins.
nobody. My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Ah, okay. Pseudo lighthouse. Hopefully we can burst them down.
Defeat does not defeat me.
We can.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss. Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Unfortunately, nothing that we're looking for.
That's home. He might have what you need.
Okay, yeah, we definitely want to go after a duelist here. Big ego is premium. Strength is okay. Really want big ego though. If everything can get lifesteal, then we'll be like exponentially better. So. Damn. Spices.
Tyrant's whole kingdom!
Your father was a good friend, so I'll help you. But don't expect me to go back.
4 for each. Yeah.
Move along.
That's nice. That's like having a perma temp boost on. Skills or curio? Let's go skills. Let's see if we can get 6. Yeah. 10% is pretty good.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns, home.
No upgrade for cannon or shark claws.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. I may be young,
Pretty
for a
lame,
captain,
but
I've seen my share of storms.
ooh, depth charge. Ugh. This can actually beat me. Come on.
Like my crew says at the
Nice.
bar, another round.
Okay. Thankfully, he didn't have anything that could consistently haste the depth charge. We can count our lucky stars there, I suppose.
Well, howdy, hero.
Okay, any damage boost
What are you
stuff?
doing
Actually,
your
these are
part to
good.
Bazaar. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Lower the cooldown of the cannon. We can go off a bit more, even if it's 0.1 seconds. That's does make a difference.
To trust the shrouded stranger, the Bazaar is more.
Full sail, my boy.
Okay. Yeah, Void Golem, I don't think so. Trash Titan's good. If we can get Juggler, then that will charge this that much faster.
Waste of gunpowder.
Aw. That one is so common to get. Let's go transform. That's disappointing. CDR 6%. That seems good. This is at 5.8. 5.4. Okay. 5-win Vanessa. Potentially the last day.
Not to squabble with nobody.
Depth charge. Does have something to haste this, but nothing that increases the damage. Oh, and nothing that looks like I'm still dead though because of the seaweed. Yeah. Okay, well played, well played. I was gonna say, he doesn't have anything that scales damage, but can beat me in other ways.
Weapons are loud and messy. Poison is elegant. Poison demands.
Ride that tide! Haha. Now this will inspire the crew.
300
Bazaar's
damage.
a crazy place, right?
339, but
That's okay. It was nice to see you.
do we aim for Juggler again or do we go for XP? I think we go for XP
I came
here.
here to trade.
We haven't used our cheat death yet, so we can technically die one more time.
You have started a war today.
Now this is how you win a war.
4, 5 on the dot. Very nice.
One cannot trade diamonds for glass, you know.
Yeah. Charging's important.
Until tomorrow, that is.
Okay. No other upgrades. Disappointing. Dooley, 9 wins.
My fight isn't with you.
I can only assume this is drill or bugs. Shield. Wow. Heavy force field. Uh-oh. Wow. Flurry of blows actually was the difference maker there. I'm gonna watch that again because he had so much shield at the start. 2310. Yeah, if that went off and crit, I would have been in a lot of trouble. I didn't even see if it crit or not. It did. It crit. So if I didn't have this, I could have lost there. That's insane. Wow. I like that. That's very well played from Dooley here. That's amazing. I just had the right stuff to beat him. Even had Neophiliac, but I didn't see any start a combat stuff. Okay, he had poison. He had burn, but it would have taken a bit to get there. Heavy force field. He had no freeze. That's crazy.
Each bounty gets us closer
Wow.
to victory.
All right. That's a 10er for the books. Love it. Okay. Oh, so close. 2 more, huh? Okay. All right. Looks like we've got one more hero here. Our pal Dooley. Haven't been having the best of luck with him. Wow. 3 of those, 2 of those. What the hell? Alright. Well, we're steadily getting our gems back. I think we were just below 4,000 like a couple of days ago, so. Alright. Here we go. toxic battery, turbo Chris army knife, deadly bomb squad. I like the bomb squad. Bomb squad's good.
Come on in. Let's chat. Happy to make a sale.
Okay.
Sad to say goodbye.
8 seconds.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
I feel like Monitor Lizard's too slow. I'll go with Micro Dave, but I'm going to assume probably going to lose the first PvP fight unless we get some other things going here. Small and large. What do I get for upgrading Micro Dave? Extra burn. Alright. That's good enough.
Reward the peaceful, punish the...
I might just go Fire Core if it's offered. It seems like that's the direction we're headed in right now. Okay.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Also fires Shielded Ruby. Ew. That's a lot of burn. He might actually have me on this one. Maybe. I think the shield alone makes up for a lot.
Every failed
wow.
Lights the path to
tie.
Success.
Good job, Aiden. Good job. Literally the difference maker. Damn. Gold already. 6 seconds. That's crazy.
You might prefer
burn skill? Shield. The Bazaar is a crazy place. How's it going, Des? It's been a while since I've seen you in here. Hopefully you're having a good day. Appreciate you stopping by the stream.
There are greater trainers than me. I'm just getting ready for them.
Let's see. Friend. Item.
I'm a people person. And
oh, good, good. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I'm doing alright myself. I'm, having a pretty good time. Uzi is good to charge the Micro Dave. Having a good day. Looking forward to... Was really looking forward to streaming, and after stream we're gonna go and watch the new Thunderbolts movie. So all in all, I think it's gonna be a good one. I think we have enough burn for the scrapper, so I don't think we need to do the math here. We should be able to stack enough and be fine. Yeah, we're good. I think we are gonna go burn. Dear Nola. Okay, so we are guaranteed the level 3, which is nice. Let's do that.
You're huge! Do you have any huge items? I guess I made
That's
a
good,
sale.
actually. Ah, good. Man, I was gonna be pretty upset if if they didn't give me that. That would not have been nice. Okay, Vanessa. Yeah, overall it's been really good though. Well, Stream has been sort of like steadily climbing, and I don't know, I've just been impressed with the overall growth and everything, so I'm having a good time. Oh, we had to cheat death. Looks like it didn't matter. What did I even get out of medium? Guess we can look.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
That's not bad, actually.
But people thought it was weird.
I want to look for a fight so we can get ahead in EXP.
Master said, if I believe,
any fight's good.
I can do it.
Actually, the skill here would be really good.
Please, don't tell Master about this.
Getting to half and reloading 2 items is actually amazing. I'll take EXP as well. Oh, we have another chance. Do we go there or do we go... I think we can put enough burn on the hooligan.
Loud gums, fam. Gonna need a morphia.
Yeah, if we can get like the silver Uzi, that would be insane.
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
Aw. That's fine too. Okay, let's upgrade Firefly. Medium and large. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get... We can.
On behalf of
That's
the Grand
good.
Society of
That's good.
Mister. Anyway, thanks.
Let's see how that works out. I feel like maybe we need to replace Dave think I'll just go for the income here. Dooley also hasn't lost a day. Also ignition core. Interesting. Ooh, good tie. Sheesh. Burn item or dunes. I think I'm gonna go with a burn item here. Soldering gun? That's not bad. Dragon whelp. We don't have anything that scales damage on the whelp, though. It's kind of an issue. It's nice that we have them, but...
Leave your aura guided me to what you need.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Alright, so SATCOM. Yeah.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Okay. Now, last time I went up against this guy, he destroyed me. I don't have the health, so we're just gonna go for something that we can win against so that we can stay ahead of the game.
Lads will never let me forget.
Potion is alright. We just can't fit it into the build.
Maybe someday we'll teach each other.
Okay, it's not bad. Oh, we don't really have a lot of money. Guess we'll go for that instead. We'll just get freebies. Angry balloon bot. Vanessa. Also burn. Weather glass. Interesting. It's gonna be another pretty close one. Shiny pop snappers. I think the difference here is actually the weather glass and the shrimp. If the weather glass had more on it, I probably would have died. Shrimp is just slow. Well, just gotta get in as many wins as we can before the new season, which will be about a week from now, according to what the prize pass shows.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. See that mountain? That's Pole. He might have what you need.
freezer. Another bomb squad. Crypto's probably the best thing we can get. Are they releasing New Hero 2? I don't think so. We don't know when the next hero release is going to be. I think it's just going to be a new prize pass with expansions and stuff. I did see on the Discord they said that there's going to be a lot of they're adding a lot of PvE encounters. So that will be interesting to see. But yeah, no news on when they're releasing the new hero. I really hope the next one they release is the chef. The chef lady. I think that would be really cool.
Make deals, not war.
Skins to burn. It's just too slow.
You're not being fully present with me.
Envoy. It would be nice though. That would probably be the nicest surprise that we could get. Them announcing a new hero. Sunlight Spear. It's nice in theory, but a bit too slow.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
I'm not sure what I would replace Micro Dave with. I feel like there's going to be a sharp drop off to my build soon.
All cannon,
Yeah.
no ball.
Because I run into stuff like that and I just get bursted down. I mean, it's weapons Vanessa, what do you expect? But still. Poison, huh?
It has its role to play.
Toxic Nitro.
Poison is the weapon
It's a maybe.
of nobility, of planning and control.
Cast aside your deathstruments. You're listening to your needs. That's good, I guess.
Infernal. Can we put enough burn on Infernal before we get destroyed? I don't think so. I think we'll go with the Zookeeper. Salamander Pup is probably our best bet. Toxic Friendship also isn't bad.
I would never debase my wares by. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Sure, let's check it out.
I see a spark in you. Let's make it a flame.
Fiery Firefly.
Be wise with it.
Why not? Cannot afford the reroll though. 3-win pig.
Too big for you to steal.
Of course, it's Fixer Upper. And Landscraper as well. Cue us. Oof. Okay, this could be a problem.
Next time, I'll show you what I learned.
Oof. Good thing I'm faster. Shield, haste charge. Yeah, let's see if we can get some kind of burn charge going. Captain's charge. Haste 2 for 3. Quick ignition. It's not a bad one.
Are imaginary.
Life is urgent. Hurry up.
Sure. Actually, might hold on to that because if we get a level up event, I can level this and then take 1 more second off the ignition core. I think that's the play here. Let's just get health. Okay, let's give it a try. Might be a mistake.
I'm an every pepper. You'll taste me again.
This guy still scares me. They should not make this a silver encounter. There's no way that guy is silver. Burn 4, charges another small item 3 seconds. XP. Sure.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it. Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
Aw, no salamander pup. That's kind of sad. Truth is, I may not be able to, I may not have the luxury of waiting for that level up. Or that upgrade. Uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on.
Bring her back.
Nice.
I've got another salvo with me.
Ooh. We got through it. Alright. Early wins are perma, especially for Dooley. So I'm happy that's going well.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Oh, I understand. Class this isn't for everyone.
For me, this is talking fast.
Nope.
Here and there, so rushed.
That's a nice sea bunker. I debated on whether or not I would attempt to get the skill from the Infernal, but I think I'd rather get the XP here. I guess a level. We'll get to that enchant. If we get fiery, that would be amazing. Then we could put it on the solar farm. And have it charge itself. Shield actually isn't bad either. Can we do better though? I mean, this builds itself. I think I'm gonna shield the core. Because then we can also get that skill, assuming we have enough to beat the Colossus, where when you burn, you charge shield. So I'll just cycle through this like super fast.
I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that so we can just have more starting shield. I didn't check 3 when dueling. Okay. Oh, also fire and shields. Ooh, they have Neophiliac too. They are putting a lot of burn on me. Looks like we're winning out because of the shield, though. Wow, actual shield difference. We have similar burn, though, at the end. That's pretty cool. Rare event? Ooh, okay. XP?
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. Right then, off you go.
Let's just go for value. This is the slow. No, it's heal, charge shield. Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, we do want that. So we do have heal. Okay, one short up skill, please. Oh my god, we got it. Okay. I think I actually want to go with shield skills. First 5 times you burn each fight, charge 1 shield item 1 second. First time you use an item, each fight shield equal to 50% of your max health. Oh, yeah. Okay.
A shield can be its own kind of weapon.
I always seem to find you, Dualtron, when I don't need you.
Every factory and its junkyard will
It's funny how that works out.
robot.
Well, howdy, hero.
Hey, we got him.
That's been sitting there
Nice.
20 years, waiting for you.
Any cooldown? No, it's more heal
Clean
though.
up the bazaar. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Okay. Ooh. Alright.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
The fence grid's gonna be pretty good unless this is some kind of... Ooh, no. No poison. 28% chance to crit. Okay, please stop critting, bro. Come on. Alright. Fine. Fine, whatever.
Good taste. Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
Okay. Just think I still want to go for EXP. As is per normal whenever we get that encounter.
You see landfill, I see buried treasure. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
No salamander this time.
That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
There we go, more burn. Hey, there we are. Okay. Alright, nice. Under 5 seconds. That's actually huge.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Depth charge. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, that poison is going to
Land
beat
legs make
me
you predictable. You
because of
move in
seaweed.
straight lines.
Restorative seaweed. Wow. I hate seaweed so much.
There's more to your destiny than gold, but gold is nice.
Sure. Six. So it's gonna get 60 damage per time the core goes off.
Oh, Dooley, I'm so glad to see you. Good luck, both of you.
So, okay, under 3 seconds. Or under 4 seconds.
People first, profit 10th.
Damn.
Should lower my prices.
Yeah, I think both of these guys beat me.
You with the Gorgons? Nasty snakes. This ain't over, buddy.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. Go buy something huge and then sell it to me.
Okay, let me check something. Solar farm 50. What about Aiden? Deal damage equal to this item's heal. It's about the same. 50. I mean, it is extra damage. So it could matter. Fine. It's just too bad it doesn't scale like the Dave.
Without my training, your potential will remain potential.
Use a tool, burn 5. Burn items at +4. When you use a friend, your weapons gain 6 damage for the fight. How often do these go off for that to matter? I think the burn is more important.
Olin had a saying, power is wisdom.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Femur. Oh, man. Damn, that's a build. Might have me here. Yeah.
The lesson you learned today, I learned a century ago.
No getting around that. Had heavy everything. Heavy energy potion was huge. Okay. I am actually alright with that. That's probably the best dually run we had in a while, even though at the end there we couldn't really win anymore, but That's not bad. Rip, yep. I think we have time for one more. I think I'm gonna do a Mac run for the last one. Five days left. Let's slot machine real quick. Excuse me. In fact, gotta use the bathroom. Be right back. Or never mind, because there's someone in there right now. Alright. Wow, that was actually pretty low. Whatever. Alright, Mac run, let's go.
I will see my family again.
Shielded fireflies is okay.
I would never debase my wares by haggling.
Alright. Okay.
Excellent choice. You're a smart one for your size.
Yeah, that should be fine.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time for
Fang.
you.
Oh, come on, then. Let's get this over with. I've got 4 legs because I carry this company.
Agent. It's kind of too bad we don't have any catalyst generation or lead generation either. I think we'll be alright. Maybe not. Huh? I don't know. Maybe. His healing is annoying, but it's not really a whole lot. I think we'll out-fatigue him, actually. Yeah. Okay. Early wins are huge with Mac, so it's good that we won that one. Poison item, non-weapons.
Reward the peaceful, punish the...
That's good. Also good. Not really what we want right now, but that is okay.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Yeah.
Get some kind of fire or crit.
It takes
Crit.
real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
We are super poor. Potion. Not bad, not great. Think we have enough to beat the scrappers. Not that I'd bother to do the math anyway. Shielded Fireflies are really coming in clutch early game.
Not all my subjects survive my experiments.
Fire. Reagent. It's a pretty good reagent. And let's get a freebie. Wow, that is an amazing freebie. Holy. Okay. Yeah, we just need a catalyst generator. It's kind of the problem we have right now.
Exactly like you. People are a pattern.
Uh-oh. Okay, so this guy is aiming for a drum build or a gym. Unfortunately, a little too slow right now, but could be formidable in the future. We might see that guy again.
Another step forward on my path.
Let's get an item. Damn. Okay, yeah, we really need something here.
Small items, small people.
Sure.
I'm almost sure that was a good trade.
Okay, transform. That's not bad. Fiery bottled tornado. I mean, I like tornado, but I feel like this one is going to kick us in the face if we use it. We don't have enough stuff to get around that right now. Don't really need that. I'll keep it on standby though. I do really like tornado. Tornado's actually a really amazing potion. Ooh. Rigged. That's amazing.
How do you hugelings use these things? I guess I made a sale.
Okay, that's expensive, but maybe? Not really. Wasn't worth it.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Maybe I should lower. After all these
That is disappointing. We still don't have a catalyst generator, which is not good.
A thing of true beauty. You remind me of someone I
Ooh,
fought last
this is gonna be a tough one.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Cheat death. Okay, we have to beat him twice. Damn, he's crit us twice. Stop critting, bro.
But I don't use.
All because of the freaking crits. 25% chance to crit. And he crit 2 out of 3 times. So much for 25%. Okay, we're kind of poor, so get us something good here. Not really. But it's something. I wonder, maybe we do go bottled tornado. I think poison's a bit too slow.
All things in moderation. In life and business. You're worse at buying than Quicksilver is at selling.
We scorch like the desert sun.
I mean, we do get a pretty good head start. It's just whether or not we get bursted down.
The Bazaar has not softened you.
Experience is treasure. My skills are not weapons. A blade can prove a guy.
Okay, transform.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Crit. Shield equals 2 times the poison. I mean, we're not really doing poison. It kind of feels bad. Potions have +1 ammo. I mean, why would I want this to go off twice? Like, eventually this would be good, so I guess I'm just gonna get it, but...
I think you had a breakthrough.
Restarting the storm seems not productive. Alright, let's try it.
You are a child to me, and I
Let's see.
You're out to dethrone a king, not to squander.
They got more burst than I do. I'm not gonna be in a good spot. Ugh, that doesn't look good. They've got more HP, but we can get the burn on.
You've got
Okay.
You You should put it toward nobler use.
Alright, alright. We're making up for our deficit.
Come on in. Let's chat.
There it is. Calcinator.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Still need a generator though.
Do you have to leave already?
Earrings. Nope. Cool item though. Guess we'll just go for value.
Talk to my advisor, Mr. Barker.
Stack as much EXP as we can. This guy's a lot of HP though. Tornado might be a mistake.
See? My opponent resorts to
Looks like we're good. Gold items. I think I'm gonna go to the docks and see if we can get some kind of not the tool I was looking for.
I can hear my sister's laughter.
Reagent. Silver item. Let's go for the item. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll fight a monster.
Look into my eyes.
Stay ahead of the EXP curve. Bottle tornadoes doing a lot of work. Okay, that's not bad. I was hoping we would get the freeze skill instead, but alright.
I will fight you, but only
Sorry, Buffalo. Did it say he hasn't won a fight yet? Not yet. He's at half prestige. Weapons. The burst could actually invalidate my tornado. Ah, yeah, it did. Damn, he's got a gold charging station. On day 4? That's pretty good. Okay.
Dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Sure, actually. Okay, we really need to find a catalyst generator. This is becoming a problem. It's actually actively holding us back.
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Still haven't found one. Let's do something like that. Was it 3 seconds? Yeah, we need to upgrade that.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover them all.
Should be up to 4 now. Perfect. Okay, slow items.
But my true name.
Heavy moth meal.
Time. Sun and
nah, I
moon
can't.
spin like a wheel. You will return.
Oh, come on. This has to be the most unlucky I've been with catalyst generators. Normally you find catalyst generators pretty early. But we're on day 6, I think, and we found none. It's not really giving us any a whole lot of medium item shops either. Oof. I think I'm gonna get one shot here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 2% crit didn't matter. Okay.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about. Oh,
that's
that
good.
is free. I like the exercise.
Seriously, 0 catalyst generators. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
My mind glows. I see everything.
Okay.
Soon, I think we will be ready for a.
Come on. Like, this is actually ridiculous. No catalyst generators. And we haven't had a transform event in like a while either.
I'm a master alchemist's masterpiece.
This is actually insane.
I didn't think this was possible.
Oh, gotta make space. What a waste.
The Bazaar's a crazy place.
Gonna go against the grain here.
Yeah, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Finally.
I get it. You're busy.
Good lord.
Enjoy your purchase.
That took so long.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Nope.
Right then, off you go.
In 100 years when you are dust, I will remain.
My people.
We also haven't gotten a fire claw either.
Boring.
Kind of surprised. Uh-oh. Fixer-upper. I think this is anti me build. Yeah. Damn. Tornado's still like my best shot. Now we're already using our cheat death. Shield. Yeah, we'll do more shield.
Death, my old enemy. I can hear you laughing.
Okay, so we do have a transform event, which I'll probably take. Because we're not going weapons, so there's no point with those.
Enter purchase leave. Enter purchase leave.
Okay, let's try that.
My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
VIP listing not found. Entry.
We were still ahead on EXP, but we just lost so much to PvP fights.
Fashion requirement override. Welcome to the club.
Perhaps I have hoarded too much.
Alright. Not doing Soul Ring this time.
That's okay.
It's a disappointing shot.
Come with no weapons? Leave your aura guided me to what you need.
Damn. Okay.
When we are finished,
Looks like a Vanessa that has
I may
died.
be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I prefer if they did not. Weapons. It's a lot of burst. Pretty worried about that. Yeah.
You fall like a boulder. I flow.
Oh man, that's a disappointment. Holy shit.
Illusions. There is only experience.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't want to leave it off on that, because that was just really sad. Like, we actually got screwed over by RNG. We had no generation at all, so I'm going to do another Mac run, because that was actually really pathetic. I've never had a run where there wasn't a catalyst generator until day 7. Like, that is actually absurd. Radiant Venomander, Shielded Bottled Lightning. Toxic fire potion. Sure.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
For you, come back for a refund. Do you have to leave already? So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
Well, that's starting off on a good foot, I would say. Seems like a better start than last time, at the very least.
Man or beast? Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Damn, I was hoping for the skill. Not today.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither. Tell everyone you got it here.
Well, we do have a friend because we have fireflies. Hick. Oops. Okay. Let's hope this guy doesn't have regeneration or some kind of crazy heal.
You would stand aside.
Matchbox. Big uh-oh. Okay.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Potion, huh? Okay. Fiery spider mace. Kinda disappointing, to be honest. I was hoping for a better item. I actually don't know if we beat the scrapper. I think we put enough poison on him, probably. But hard to say. If anything, I think this was a misplay. I probably should have put the poison reagent all the way to the right, or the left. Yeah, I think we actually lose in the storm here. Damn it. Fuck, that's such a huge loss.
This is a terrible place.
Oh, that might have fucked up my run.
I will learn from it.
Oh boy, okay, that's bad. That's real bad.
Cast aside your deathstruments! Use that for the good of all.
Dueling.
Years when you are dust, I will remain.
Yeah, it's really imperative that you beat the Rogue Scrapper on day 2. Because if I did, I would have been level 3. And I potentially would have been able to get ahead of this duelie, but because I didn't, I lost. That's actually really big. That's a huge fuck up. That might actually dictate the run. Just losing to a day 2 monster. Damn.
Hi,
Super misplay.
Master Merchant or something. On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah, bye!
Another step forward on my path.
Okay. I mean, we should be fine this time, but... Damn, that day 2 loss. Oof. Hopefully we can make up for it.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time for you.
Hopefully a fight. Did not get a fight.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
We're exactly 1 level behind. God.
I will fight you.
All the difference in the world.
So that I can study you.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Yeah, because at level 4, I would have been able to slot another item in. We have to beat this guy twice. Golden Yeti crab with This is a loss. Automatic.
And legs make you predictable. You move
Fuck.
in straight lines.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn. With more time comes greater perfection.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things. Midsworth says I have to trade even when I don't care.
Okay. I'm not taking any chances.
The coral speaks. Tells me
Now I'll never captain a ship.
Transform events. Sounds good to me. That's a really good... It's a really good one. Upgrade a bronze. Small. Yeah, let's upgrade a bronze. Why not?
A thing of true beauty. You are a child, and I will punish you.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabalians.
Ooh, interesting. So they are trying to go,
Well, I'll admit,
either gym or drums. There's a lot of burst, but it's still pretty slow. Already has a gold at Lotto, though. That's insane. For day 4, that's pretty good. That's pretty amazing.
I was expecting you like 5 seconds ago.
I mean, we have a lot of slow. 1, 2, 3. 4. We could make femur work. I think we're gonna do that. That's quite the that's quite the amount, quite the shop there. It's like basically laying it out. Okay, let's try it.
My endless life will require endless gold.
It costs 4?
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
It doesn't really matter where I put that. Fine.
This isn't our moment, but I'll be here when it is.
Yep.
There are a lot
That's
of steps to
good.
the staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Guess we'll go with the docks because we have literally no money. Oop. Okay.
You'd make a lovely statue.
It's an interesting pivot.
I could use a strong arm like yours.
Oh man. Come on, just give me the skill. Why won't you do that? Give me the skill. Let's try for a fight. We really need to catch up. Okay, it looks like we will actually catch up here, which is good. Is there anything in medium that I could use? I think I'll just go for something small.
Closer and closer.
Transform. Don't have anything like that. Silver loot. Maybe we can get some CDR? Nope. Be nice if we could.
You remind me of someone who fought last century.
Freeze. Whew. Crit too. Because of the potion. One shot, let's go. Looks like we are back. Transform. Toxic. Maybe we can get some slow stuff in here. Damage. We can, it looks like.
Part to clean up the bazaar.
Two for one, one for three, one for two. Should be 2 for 2 now. Okay. That was a little disappointing, but at least we didn't walk away empty-handed.
Let's chat. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
EXP, please. Okay, we need more loops. Need to go even further beyond.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about
yeah, no, you keep offering that to me and I don't want it.
You might try JJ's shop.
The Bazaar has many secrets.
Silver Lure, let's do it. More damage.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. I respect Nufu, but fair hands
Not lucky enough to find a gold, but okay.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Uh-oh.
Like my crew says at the bar.
All right.
Another round.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. See that mountain? That's Paul. He might have what you need.
Got any new
okay.
playlists for me? Filled or two? Trying not to almost die every day?
No. I like Crocodile Tears, it just doesn't work for what we're doing. Let's try to get ahead. Stay ahead. Incendiary rounds.
I see everything.
Haste charge.
This would all make sense.
That's a good one.
Space and time are only suggestions, and we can ignore them.
Small items, small people. I love them all.
That's too
I'm
bad.
not even a master merchant.
Oh, this shouldn't be a problem. Literally just smashed this guy into the floor. We won't be making much use of that, but that's alright. That is okay. Weapon, and looks like not a lot of crit, some crit. Wow. Okay. The burst is real.
workshop, part museum. What damage is purely cosmetic?
Slow item, you say? Ooh.
My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
I'm almost afraid that's actually not bad. Doesn't work super well right now, but at least it kept this CDR. I think Guardian can get me an upgrade. Yeah, it is gold. Can get an upgrade here too. Waters of Infinity isn't bad.
Another specimen for my collection.
Oh. Ouroboros statue. No, thank you.
Buy my weapons, and you might.
Ah, disappointing shop.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Man.
Oh, okay. Maybe next time?
Yeah, maybe.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Dragonheart? Oh, wow. I don't like that at all.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Yeah, that was a good pivot. Good pivot, good pivot. Okay, let's see if we can get some potion upgrades here.
I have mine. We can help each other.
Damn.
I may be young.
Every potion but the potions I need. Isn't that usually how it works?
The portions, the finer the meal.
That's disappointing.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Yep. That way it can charge itself. Yeah, okay. Coolant.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
A little late. Little late.
Someone else finds it. It all works out.
%. 13. 12.2. Okay, almost a full second.
I have faced 82 foes.
There's potential more activations.
People are a pattern.
I see. Obsidian torpedo is actually kind of scary. Oh, come on. Oof. Oh. Yikes. And it's diamond already. God damn. Upgrade, please.
This leg. Oof.
That's not it.
Another step forward on my path.
I know your goal is noble, but you must make time to be human.
If this hits twice, does this mean 6 seconds? I'm curious.
Is no ordinary city. There are secrets beneath our feet.
I assume it probably resets the cooldown, but we'll check.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Ooh, we can get the assault focus skill. That would be crazy. Okay, let's see. Once that, okay, so that one got the multi. See what happens when that goes off. It did seem like it was for longer. So yeah, I think it adds the each instance of it. Pretty good.
You have at least a grain of wisdom, since you have come to me. My skills are not
Okay,
weapons.
temporal strike.
A blade can prune a garden.
I remember at some point that skill was bugged, so I hope that's not the case anymore.
Just be careful, okay? I kind of like you.
12.2.
I will leave you alone.
Let's see what happens. It says it reduced it by how much? 10%. Okay. Well, it's working. Great. Love it. Takes 1.2 seconds off, which is really good.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. Shall I?
Nice extra ammo on that one.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
XP.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things. Oh.
And really stingy on those upgrades. I don't think so. I want to go for juggler because that will, we can get it. That means more uses of the femur.
What strange creatures prowl these streets?
Oh, man. Okay.
You come under a flag of trade. I'll honor it.
Jesus.
Next time we meet, it probably won't end so nicely.
Well, that's an item. Just go with the region because I'm poor now. Okay.
With more time comes greater perfection.
This goes here. Actually, this is faster than that. Alright.
I will fight
Pig.
you, but only so that I can study you.
Freeze. Cuous. Toxic. Yikes. And dead. Cool. I don't think I've gotten the arena yet from the chests. I'll just go with shield.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Nope.
Ugh,
Nope.
Window shoppers.
Ooh, you get another chance. Do I go for it or do I go for XP? I think I'm gonna go for XP here. Let's push ourselves as far forward as we can. This is potentially the last day. X before this goes off. Perfect.
A waste of my time. But I do have plenty. Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
At last, you have come to the long time. All of time is happy.
That's a pretty easy pick.
So why hurry?
Diamond Weaselpede. Alright, yeah, let's see what we can get. Well, it's looking like a whole lot of nothing right now.
Cretaceous era?
All right. 6-win Vanessa, day 12. Looks like they died, so they have an extra enchant, I think.
Not to squabble with nobody.
Yeah. Gold Bob. Heavy silencer. Okay. Oh god.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
What did they have for... Oh, it's the streamlined weapon. I was like, along with Shadowed Cloak. Wow. It's pretty good. Real strong. Oops, hello. Oh, stop freaking out there. Okay.
Oh, hello, Mac. Come to learn from a real alchemist?
Man.
Fine.
Never the potions you need.
But there's no need to insult me.
I don't know which one's better. I'm gonna go with Haro. We really want Assault Focus. That'll just kind of be like the coup de grace. If we can get it, so... Ah, damn.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover them all.
Well, regeneration is okay, I guess.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
That doesn't matter anymore. That's good, though.
Friend, but I'm glad
It's 4 seconds now instead of 3.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Okay.
I didn't want to sell that anyway.
Okay, 8-win Vanessa.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for
Believe the
study?
last opponent was a Vanessa.
With you, but if you insist.
With the Bob. Shielded Katana. Oh boy, this looks bad. That's a lot of burst. Looks like we're okay.
Next time, boys.
Hey.
Less blunder, more blunder.
Pulled it through. Didn't even need the extra enchant. Awesome. Now there's a good game to end the stream on.
There it is. The rising sun of perfection.
Got another tenor. Nice, nice. Okay. It looks like I might be able to get into gold potentially before the season ends. Maybe even diamond if I grind it out. Cool. I don't remember if I think I did a tenor. A 10 pull on my last one. Or wait, no, I had like bad ending. So, and I immediately launched into another game. So we'll do 2. We'll do 2 and call it a day. Oh, come on. I have all this stuff. Give me something new. Almost at 9K though. That's pretty good. And we got 2 tickets out of it, which is really nice. Awesome. Okay, well, we did pretty good today. I'm really happy with that. Real happy. All right, well, let's get back into it here. Yeah, it was really productive today, I think. That was a lot of fun. Except for that one run where it was not. Where we absolutely just got stomped, which it looks like that tends to happen from time to time. But you know what? We made up for it. We turned the franchise around, which is really good. So yeah, I appreciate you all for joining me here today. Hanging out, chilling, watching the stream. We're going to be back next week at the usual time. It's going to be Tuesday on at around 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Those are my 2 dedicated streaming days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. I wish I could do more, but yeah, there's just so much going on right now, and just need to kind of buckle down and get things in order. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you so much for joining in. The VOD will be published up on the YouTube channel soon, and also up on my Twitch channel, in case you missed anything at the start. But that will be it for today. Again, thank you so much for joining me. I will see you guys next week. Until then, please have a good rest of your day, a safe and happy weekend. Stay warm. Remember to hydrate. And all that good stuff. So, all right. Thank you so much. Have a good day. See you later. Bye-bye.